Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Yep. There we go. Yep. So, today we are going to be back into the plasma game that we were playing last stream. Don't worry if you weren't here for that. The VOD it'll be up on Twitch for I think 14 days, I think is what it keeps it for. Or maybe it's a month. And then it'll be on YouTube. Or it is on YouTube right now. So, but either way, as we get into it, let me start it. I'll kind of explain what it is and kind of why we're going to be playing this specifically. Mostly what we looked at last time was how it as kind of like a game. Oh shit, we have an break in a little bit. So I'm going to talk about this really quickly before we get to that. Game scene. Oh, it does not like that. Okay. So it is this game sandbox, more of a sandbox thing. Holy, that's not great. It's a sandbox, and it lets you use real world kind of like robotic physics stuff. Okay, I need to change the settings here. Why is it so bad? This is okay. Oh, that's bad. Oh, okay. Yay, scuff, my favorite. I think that's 4K is 2K. Because if I take it off full screen, then it's even worse. And I don't even know if OBS can capture it like this. Oh shit, it can. Okay. Well, we'll see how this works then. Because it's a little less volatile. Like this. Okay. Anyways, like I was saying, it's kind of this sandbox game lets you work with actual kind of like robotics stuff. Makes it easier to little well, obviously easier than real world, but it makes it sometimes easy to understand what they do. And then obviously some of these are fictional. Like you have a gravity controller, just a joiner, some stuff like that. But then you have like a motor and stuff. And so we're going to be using it as a sandbox more than playing it as, a game, kind of. Hopefully that makes sense. To work with like real world actual physics robotics concepts. And I'm going to also try to explain it. Obviously, I don't know these concepts amazingly well. I'm not the most knowledgeable in robotics, but some of it I know somewhat well, and some of it we'll research along the way. So, I think ad break is going to start in 2 minutes. So I don't want to get into exactly what I want to do today, but we'll look at it a little bit. Mostly, we're first going to start with kind of a very simple vehicle that doesn't really work with anything super interesting, just to figure out how it works, how you program it, stuff like that. So I have this. This is pre-built, and I don't know how much we're gonna do with this, but that's there. We'll probably look at it a little bit. And then this one is one of the more interesting ones. So, obviously, I don't want to get into it as we get into ad break, but the plan is that we're going to build just a car. Well, a car with some cool, interesting features, things, but nothing super heavy. The goal is that it can drive, it can turn, it can go forward at varying speeds. And then the reason why these are here is that actually, I don't know why these were here. Never mind. So we're gonna fix some of this. I guess while people are in ad break. First thing, just a car. We'll get into the other stuff after ad break is over. Cool. I will then see y'all in 3 minutes after ads start. For those of you who aren't stuck in ad hell, congratulations. You got a snack, you got a drink. Yeah. What you plan on doing? I got coffee, water, stay hydrated. Then, uh, what's that? Gatorade. Yes, I know words. And then a goldfish. Because I have not quite eaten what I needed to. Real quick, while we're here, I'm going to test if... Yeah, it can. Okay. Um, and move it up a little bit. But now, because we'll be switching between this and like a notepad, I think. Something like that. Because I'm going to treat this like an actual project. Because I think it would be fun to look at it that way. I think that's also dumb. So I'm just going to switch between those two scenes. So let me get that up. Oh, that's probably not smart. Uh, okay, welcome back from ads, everyone. Okay. Yeah, while you run ads, I fixed this up a little bit, starting not quite from a blank slate. There's some stuff that's kind of already here just to make it easier to get started, and because I was experimenting to see if any of this would actually work. Speaking of, let me switch music. This. No. We got this one. Okay. And then, because it is actually kind of technical and I don't want to lose my face, or lose whatever the hell I was thinking about, I am going to put stuff in a notepad. Wow. Let's see if we can get it to. That's not quite it, but it's close enough. There we go, notepad. That's also not what I asked for. Yay, stuff. Let me just drag it. Make it bigger. Let's just make it full size. Never mind. Notepad. Let's try that again. Not plasma. Notepad. Okay. I think it's a little better. Lovely. So, I'm going to check. Okay, it doesn't. We are going to start with just a car. That, with a couple of interesting things just to explore how it works. And then I'll explain some of the structure, I guess, of this game and some of what we looked at last time when we played this. I think we played it for like 3 hours last stream. I think it was like 2 hours. I like that. So the idea is that it's very very sandbox like. You can do basically anything. You can attach whatever parts to whatever. You can scale up parts however you want with some constraints based on like the part. So for example, I can take uh, a cube and I can scale it like this. I can scale it this way, scale it down. I can make it like that. All right. So I can build whatever, or I can shape the parts however I want. And there is a list of, so these are structural parts to make like big structures. Then there's your basic structures, or basic parts, which let you do kind of the body work. So because we want to make a car, I don't know, like a hexagon arch, I think would be cool, right? So if I did it there, and then I can rotate it. Gonna rotate it 90 degrees that way. I can do that. And then I want to scale it up so it's bigger. I can always do that. Or I can just make it bigger in one direction. It's a little unintuitive, but You learn to work with it. I think, I don't know, something like that. Now I need to move it. Also, the movement's very funky, but it is what it is. Oh, well, that's bullshit. Hmm. And sometimes you need to try things a little bit until they work. This part also just says experimental, so I'm not too hopeful of anything. I don't know. We might not even use this. Okay. So now if I flip it. Okay. So it still is a little off the edge. See? Okay. Wait, grab this and then just delete it. That's fine then. We can just. Why the hell is that quarter two? I mean, I guess. Uh, I know. What the? Oh, this one just doesn't scale at all. Or it scales, but it only scales in one direction. Or scales, I guess, all at once. Interesting. This one is a little different. Let's say if I want to put it there. Say I want it this way. And you can clip parts into each other, which I think can sometimes have unintended consequences. But it can sometimes be interesting. Hmm. Okay, how much do I want to actually focus on this? Or just get to this stuff? Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff you would use to build like a rocket ship. Interesting. I assume this one still only spins in one direction, but or in like one axis. But interesting. You know, might just be built of boxes. That's fine. Boxcar. If we're gonna be like this, then I can say, okay, well, if I want it to be taller in this direction, then I have to go move all of these because for some reason my dumbass decided to place them on the wall. And then we just cycle. This game is free. Something we just discovered last time is that it is free because they stopped development for it. So there is no more development. Uh, actually, wait. Because it wasn't like a commercial success or whatever. Okay, so what if I did R? If I did this? Oh, damn. I'm short as hell. Okay. Um, yeah, it wasn't enough of a commercial success for them to actually uh, continue developing it. It comes from the same developer that made what was it, Polybridge, or one of the developers that made Polybridge, and then one of the other developers made this game called, was it Sandbox something? Page. Wait, was it this one? I think. Oh yeah, the licorice. If I have no idea, but this other game called Retro Gadgets, which is similar but for like retro game gadgets kind of stuff. So I think, like, if I have to be honest, I think it's just because of scope creep. Um, if you know what that is, if you don't, it's basically when you decide that you're going to make a project and then you end up making it way bigger than it needs to be, and so you never end up finishing it because it takes so much time and effort just to get it to a reasonable state because you've added all these features that it doesn't really need, and so now you've spent a lot longer on it, and then you lose motivation or you lose maybe like the passion behind it or something. And we copy this, and put it there. Copy this, and put it there. Instead, write this. Boom. Yeah, it is right. Okay. And then it becomes. Wait, did I finish that? I might have finished that sentence. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Uh, why don't? Okay, wait. No, you. All right. Do it like this. And then just do this. Like for example, like even if you're adding like a feature that doesn't technically take that long to implement, if you add 300 of them, that starts adding up, and then now maybe it's a passion project, so you're not even getting monetized or monetization from it or something, and then it becomes hard to actually continue and do anything with it. And I think that's what happened here is that they were like, I think this game is legitimately very, very cool. I think that it probably, if I had to guess, I mean, one reason why it stopped development was, or one reason why it let me say that again. The reason they say it stopped development because it didn't make enough money and it wasn't actually successful is obviously some part of it, but I think another part is just that you lose passion for something when you've been building it for so long and it's just nowhere near completion, nowhere near where you want it to be. Uh, oh hell yeah. Well, I guess it's this. There difference. Um, Key properties, and then we rotate it. And even if you were going to complete it, just because you no longer feel like the project is worth your time, even if you really do believe in it. As I, okay, like the way that I think about it is obviously from a more computer science perspective, but I think everyone does this a little bit, and it really is just an art of being able to keep it under control when you know that you could add this many so really cool and really interesting features to be able to say, yeah, no, I need to focus on what this thing is actually about. Uh, like that. There. Mm. Uh, so we're going to be doing just a little bit of design for a little longer, then we'll actually get into the meat of what the stream is going to be, which is going to be actually making the things work. Oh, wait, why am I? No. Something like that. And mhm. This one goes away. Grab this, put it in there. Huh, okay. Let's see. Control and up. What happens when I scale this up? Oh, interesting. It's just a glass. Okay, well, good to know. Because I think then we can put this there. Grab this, put this somewhere up. Okay. Like this, I think, and then we can grab this and put it there. Just for now. Mm, Always like this, I think. Scaling down there. Okay, and here's why it would be good to scale this down. Oh, wait, do we have a corner? Corner. Yeah, we do. I think this is the wrong kind of ramp corner. We should still work. Oh, um, what the hell? Yeah, we need this for the opposite. Okay, so we don't have an inverted corner. Okay. Well, hmm, can you still make one of those like this? Probably. Uh, or maybe not something like that, but something that like this. Sorry. Sometimes I forget to talk. That's my bed. Yeah, I have very little idea what I actually want for this. There's where you would use the right corner. On something like that. Um, that's bad. That's like that. Mostly, I'm just trying to figure out how, well, somewhat how this works, and then to make it look kind of interesting, kind of cool. Just because it can do cool things doesn't mean it's cool. Cool factor is very dependent on how it looks, right? So, yeah, there we go. So I want these attached to that. There. Because that means if I detach this and reattach it there, there. Because then I can grab this. And have the window lean slightly. And to compensate. Compensate's not the right word. To kind of fill in the gaps. Then we can have this there. A little bit. I think it looks horrible. And then this can detach and go back to where it was. I think. Move this forward one. Like this. Okay, so maybe this to go back up slightly so we can actually get this. And then like that. There you go. Then we grab the height and turn it down. And then like this. Like that. And then we just put it there. That is good enough. Is that amazing? No. Well, what is this? What is this mode for? F8. Quick, Is it F6? Yeah, that one. And wait, did I save this? I did not. Okay. Um, what does? Okay, yeah, that's not gonna give me anything. Oh, what does X do? Ghost mode, so I guess that lets you walk through components. Okay. That's a lot of buttons. Move around, jump, crouch, move around faster, toggle hover mode. Okay, fine. And so ghost mode just lets you go through objects. Is that what it does? Can I? Yeah, I can go through objects. Okay. But I can look at all of the stuff and then I can look at the window. Lovely. That's the goal. Because can we make it like this? No, that's not the right button. There we go. Like this. I'll put that over there. Put that there. That there, I think. Hmm. I don't like the way that like the components turn when you just like turn your head a little bit. Um, but it is also kind of kind of I guess kind of nice that the components do that you can turn the components by moving around. So it's weird. It's very kind of like I like it sometimes, but not always. Yeah. There really isn't another like option. Um, Unless we scale this up. Like that. Ouch. Like this. And we can move that out. One, I think. Yeah, so that lets us do this. That. Then we can just put it around like this, I think. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. There we go. And that is, I think, a little better. Oh wait, oh, no, that's also not it. Is this it? Nope. I mean, it is, but I don't get. Uh, um, oh, okay, good enough. We can. I guess maybe make like a body or something. We can do that later though. So I'm going to add the engineering stuff now. Wow. Imagine that. So what? So for a car, we want a servo. There, 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 like there. There we go. Then we want a motor. Okay, this is actually something that sometimes people get confused. Is there a difference between a motor and a servo? Kind of. Um, Basically, from what I understand, well, servos are motors, but servos are built to instead of like go to any angle, a servo or any angle. Okay, you have a motor. You turn the motor on. The motor will just start spinning, and it'll continue spinning until you tell it to turn off. A servo instead is a lot more precise, and so instead of just spinning, it spins to an angle. I mean, like that's what it literally does in this game. But a servo will spin a certain amount and then stop. And it's a lot more precise because it's designed to be that way. A stepper motor, which I think is the other one, is different somehow. How exactly, I don't know, though. No. Okay. Well, anyways. With the steering, which is what this is going to be for, we would either want a servo or I think a single axis joint would do something similar. And so I think we'll probably just work with the servos, but it is always something to consider that, I mean, I think, well, nah, what difference would it actually make is, I think, the biggest question, and I don't practically know. I think we put like I'll put servers down here. Okay. Oh my god. Like this. Delete. Mm, did I do this right? Yeah, I did. Perfect. So it's two full ones away. Then we do it here then. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the best. The plan was to just have one that I then kind of shrink down, but it looks like that's not gonna work. Sunday. There's a bunch of very interesting sensors in here. I don't know how much I'm going to be using any of them, but we will see. I think an interesting one is the GPS tracker. I think actually before we get ahead of ourselves, we'll just start here. Then we will tab the put a controller. I don't know, there somewhere. Okay, cool. So, I'm a little confused. Feel like okay. Well, it is what it is. We are getting an ad in 2 minutes. Sorry about that. That is just to keep pre-rolls off for everyone who comes in. So they are 3 minutes long, but I will, summarize what we did during those ads. Actually, we might just take a break. I think we'll just take a break from doing stuff during the ads. So the controller is right there, and that means that now we have a sketch, which is good. And now we need stuff to do with that sketch. Okay, so first, the other option is to have, like, I don't know, some kind of quarter turn thing. Not quarter turn, like a 45 degrees term that then connects to the thing. Okay, ad breaks. Our ad break is going to start now. So I will see everyone after the ad. I mean, I'll just be looking through this. For those of you who aren't stuck in ads, congratulations. Yeah, we. I'm trying to find something that is a, like 45 degrees, like a quarter, like this. Let's see if I can find it smaller, I guess. Um, let's see. Oh, okay. Um, um, that's obviously an option. No, I think this is dumb. So oh fuck. What the hell? There we go. Oopsie. This placement's a little fucked up, but it's fine. Actually, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. We only need one of these per. And then we can just copy and paste this everywhere else. Grab a. All right, I had one already. that. I figured I can scale up the tire a lot. I might as well. But then we do have to put this one. Oh. Yeah, I think maybe that's a little too big. I don't know, 150. 150 is fine. That's not what I had for, like that. Something. Let me just copy this. Maybe don't. And the wheels can get a little smaller then. Just leave them at 100. Maybe 120. 120 is fine. 20, 120, and 120. Okay, cool. I think then we can start looking at the actual code then. We have everything we want to. We have motors on all the wheels. And we have controller. And then we can put a couple of buttons there once we figure out exactly what we want to do. First, I just want to make it drive. So, we start with air. Oh, fuck. What can you even do with the shock absorbers? Oh, you can... Uh-huh. Yeah. That could be. Okay. Okay. So, Um, swap. A swap. Okay, so then one thing is that we have two types of wire, I guess. We have this, and we have data. They should be different colors. None. I guess, like if I put this in, oh, this is a number. So if I say this is 2, that should be blue. That's what that one should say. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Current speed, target speed. Okay, I don't know then. It said that the that data was supposed to be a blue wire, but apparently not. Okay, so we're gonna start here. First thing we have is the docking station. This just has all of the controls. The control being uh controls being like forward down, and when the forward or and then forward released, backwards down, backwards released, left down, left released. Um, should we? I think we turn that off. No. Then so we have a sweep flip flopper. Hmm. That's also not helpful. So what do I need? Hmm. I need a should be execution flow. So this one, I think, for example, if we did undock gates, let me put a display on there, just so that it makes it easier for debugging, or I just testing stuff out. Display, um, LCD is cool. Maybe a little big, but cool. Um, Offset. Wait, I wonder. Does it know if it's rotated? Okay. Apparently it doesn't. So we can then access that in Q and grab the LCD. Where's that? LCD is here. State. We grab a picker. Queen. Okay, I guess do I even need any of this? Does this just work? Okay. Um, um, 30.25. So then now let's try a gate. Allow the block. Turn you back to none. Try to send this one and you pass. Step and you send the number. I guess does it by default just remember whatever the last value was? Like for example, if I did this, I reset push R, push this. Okay, so it also does remember the whatever the last value that was passed in was. I was. Can move. So if you're allowed to move, which is what we'll set the dock undock to, then we'll have one that sets a um hmm, uh variable can move apply, right? Apply. Here we go. So that means that then we can access can move anywhere. So this is our is are we allowed to even move? Then if the motor is pressed, or if forward is pressed, number. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to hit the microphone. I mean, I think we can just say, uh, say 100 for now. 0. And make another variable. It's called speed. No. The type is a number. And with this variable writer, it's the same thing. So we grab another variable writer. Variable. What does a reader do? I assume reader just you do this, you tell it a variable and it gives you that variable as output. Okay. And we have speed. These are of type number. Number. I use 100. Backwards to the east. This is 0. Variable speed. Two. So we have one motor, two motors. I might have to invert some of these because I might have done it dumb. That's what it is. Yeah. So we're gonna read both variables. Reader. Okay. Reader. Grab it here. We are gonna read the variable speed. Apply. Actually, wait, no. And gate. Can move. Variable reader. So we still do need one. And it's the variable speed. Speed. Oh, right, no. Red is the command, blue is the data. Nope, all the way around. Blue is the command, red is the data. I'm an idiot. I forgot. Uh, here, somewhere like here, roughly, I think. Really? We go motor 3. Target speed, and then motor 4. Also gets a target speed. Nope, not like that. Like that. Okay. See. That's motor. Motor 2. Motor 3. Motor 4. Okay. So if oh dumb. Look at that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we still need the display. Grab the LCD. So if I had to take a guess, say motor 2. Roll. Roll this way is roll positive is forward. Roll positive is forward. Roll positive is backwards. Roll positive is backwards. I guess let's say 60. So what if motors 2, what if they were inverted? We can go places. We let's say what if we just set this to 100? So JQR. Oh, 100 degrees per second. Okay. Well, then part of it is definitely because this is tiny. Um, 1,000 degrees per second. That's like 3 rotations a second. So let's say like 360. Say one revolution per second. 360. There we go. Okay. Well, we have something. We have movement. The car is in fact going places. So now what? Well, turning. Um, I do want to actually use these, so I need to scale it. Holy shit, it's big. That's what she said. No, I just need it to not take up so much room. Actually, that's what the digital gauge stuff is for, right? Um, so instead of using these, we have a digital gauge. I assume this is aesthetic. Like if it did anything, would it be on here? I actually don't know. No, no, it would not. Detach. Moved away. We have the this delay. So okay. Um, on screen. Huh, interesting. I don't know about that one, but round. This can go up here. Uh, variable can't move. So this is R. And yeah, okay. So this is decorative. It's a wing. If only it could be used for actual flying. Okay, so we are going to then look at, I guess the digital gauge is probably fine. It's small enough, I think. Okay, nice. Put that there, and we can put this there. And then we can use this to show us what's happening. The digital gauge 1. So it's always on. Current speed, lower limit is negative 360. Minus 360. That Speed. What's the value? Is min speed, max speed. Disengage 4. And then we put value, lower limit, min speed, upper value, max speed. And that is it. F6, say no. No. Wait, I should just do this and cycle the socket like that. Cycle like that. Grab this, put it back on, bring the entire thing, push R. Hey, we can do tank controls. It's just a little bit sketchy. I thought I fixed these. What the fuck? Okay, so I guess that's just the way it has to be. Okay. Cute. Man. Let's say we do that there. And then okay. Well, we will be back right after the ads. Okay, tour like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now when we're making the shock absorbers, which are the little like swirly things that I put underneath each of the servos, we aren't getting to steering just yet. We will in a little bit. Which I guess I'll explain that once people come back from ads. Yeah, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, this is done. Let's see, what if we did like I think ad break is over. Which I think the extreme rod is broken, so I'm gonna restart that. Which is lovely. Okay. Hopefully it's back. There we go. Okay. Let's shock observer 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't think I want to connect these all to, but I do need to put them somewhere. So we'll do that here. I think, right? Unless I can go down to each of them and say, okay, yeah, I can't just set it. I have to actually set it using the variables in code, or in, I guess, the editor, which means putting them all out like this. Wait, what? Why do we have 15? We have 15 twice. Oh, we only have 16. Right, where would we have 24? I'm dumb. Then yeah, then I'll do 4 rows of 4. Nope, 4. And so we're gonna make a variable that tells them how much to dampen. So for example, like when we're just stopped, then we want them to dampen a lot. And then once we are going again, then we want them to damp less. We want their kind of how much they want to stay straight to be higher when we're not actually driving it. That is another thing that we need to look at. Okay. I can put them a little closer, but I do want to keep them mostly out of the way. We are going to probably get a something to send one signal every tick, and then we can get a variable reader and a variable writer. We'll need 2 of those. Actually, we'll also need 2 variable readers because we need to check can move, and then we need to check speed, and then we'll need a comparator. Okay. Number comparator. So the idea is that if so every tick, it's going to check what the variable is speed. Yeah, let's say can move for this one and then speed for this one. Can move is a boolean, so that's fine. But if this is not equal to 0, when we pass this, then we need to make sure, then we need to set what? So if we can't move, then we set damping very high and the stiffness also very high. So not like 80%. I'm setting this up like here just for now because I am going to include an actual like accelerometer, which will tell us our actual speed. Until then, this is gonna have to do. Yo, hi Notorian, how's it going? How's it? You just got home from work? Hell yeah. I hope work was alright. Thank you for popping in. We're doing we're alright. Oh, I forget. Needs me to refocus on this one. But yeah, we're making a car. I don't think I broke it. Hopefully it works. It's a car, and it goes. So we're making some stuff for that. I can actually probably do this too. Oh yeah, congrats on the 3-stream streak. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by so many times. Torian, work was good. You just need to get a new camera. Hmm. Sorry, what did you say you did for work again? You did like setting up networks and stuff? It's 10,000. 1,000. Okay. Oh no. Okay. So that is then something that I want to take a note of. Features. I wanted to get to a lot more stuff, but this is taking a lot of time. You do IT, so PC laptop repairs and some networking. You're currently streaming for a church for some extra cash. Ooh, hell yeah! So I assume that's what the camera is for. Okay, okay. Using your webcam. It's decent, but it can always improve. Yeah. That's true. Can always get better. Hopefully you don't hear that. Okay, yeah, noise cancellation is decent. That's just a fan because it's hot as shit here. But yeah, Notorian. Thanks for talking about it. I appreciate it. Always, as always, rest. What we need to do. Some work. And yeah, wait, that was not a complete sentence. I thought half of that in my head. What I was saying was something. Now it's gone. I don't know if this coffee is strong enough. Thank you for the hydrate. Give me just a sec. Your water. Okay. Cute. We have a number. We just want to make sure that's not equal to 0. If it is equal to 0, then we set the. Wait, fuck. A gate? Or not a flip flop. It's a um. So if can move is false, um, then I guess that's a gate. Can move is true. Wait. Uh, if it's not equal to 0, then we want it to be more. When we're fully stopped, we also want it to be more. It's when this is false and this is true. Which is Zor, I think. I don't know if we have that binary. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Wait. If this one is true, wait, if this is not, I assume not just does it on V1. I thought I knew what I was doing. I am now confused. Okay, well, let's think about this. If can move is true, no. If can move is false, then we need to do something. Otherwise, I know what I need to do. If paired. Boolean. It is also a Boolean. V2 is true. Wait, no. Fail goes here. Pass does not. Nope, I'm an idiot. You want the so this we want to be something like yeah. So if we can't move, then we will set still gonna need that, but we can pull that up later. Right. Eh, no, yeah, no, it doesn't matter because we're just gonna write. Now we need to make another variable that is wait, absorber uh if this is a number um number. 80%. 80%. Percentage. 80%. The variable we said is AB damp and AB stiff. Variable. B stiff. B damp. Need to go do this for all of them. B stiff. B stiff. Oh my god. Such a pain. But that means that they'll all read from the same or this variable, so I can set them all at the same time without needing to go and connect all of them into what would inevitably be wire hell. Okay. Yeah. Be damp. Be damp. Be damp. Hmm. Right now, we'll have it do something like this. And once we get an actual accelerometer on here, then we can have it set it to a sliding value based on what our actual value is compared to our target value. So for example, if we're trying to speed up, then we want less stiffness but more dampening. If we're trying to slow down, then we want um, more dampening and less stiffness. You know, if we're trying to speed up, we want more stiffness and I think less dampening. And if we're trying to slow down, we want the opposite. And then while at rest, we want both to be high. So based on all of that, we can actually change this. But for now, I don't care. AB stiff, AB damp. Percentage. 40. I don't know. 40%. Oh no. Okay. Lovely. I feel like those are supposed to be attached, but apparently that's not how this works. Um, okay. Well, alright. Uh, okay. Well, Okay. Cool. And then one more thing, I guess. Yeah, if it's just like this. Well, that's not what I wanted. I want. What? Okay. Well, that's a lot. That's not what I wanted, though. Okay. Number. Flip this to a number, and a number. Good enough. Um, Okay, I think this is right. Okay, so if we pass, if we're not equal to that, then we need to be that. Otherwise, it's a 340. Okay, it's like this. Let's see, LCD O2. I don't think we'll need to scroll because it'll just be these two numbers, but you never know. Uh, that just because it got cut off on like. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that is something. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That is one major thing done. The next one that I want to look at is, well, I guess first the accelerometer. Do the accelerometer first. Accelerometer. So what we're going to look at instead here is how much do the accelerometer and the target speed differ? Because the target speed can be, well, I guess it's how much, yeah, well, no, how much do the acceleration and target speed differ? Or how much do the speed and target speed? Yeah, actual speed and target speed. Uh, mm, because if that's like y-axis, I guess, well, what does this entail? First and foremost, um, not gauge. We need a this. Yeah, content. That's just it. Actually, wait. Um, Oh, this accelerometer, I think, is because we are moving around. Okay. Well, that's fine. I guess we even forgot. Well, I forgot. I don't know if anyone else forgot. But steering. Steering is important. Left. Max right. Okay. Like this. Something like that. Because it's here, but it's not quite in the same vein. Okay. Then this is okay. Um uh Yo, welcome in, Ivy Luna. How's it going? All right. We're just working on some working on a car in this kind of engineering sandbox thing. Uh, just working? Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. Hopefully it's not too bad. True or false? So is a number 30, 90. Number negative 90. Ooh, sucks sometimes. No, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh wait, no, I guess leave this 0. That amount. Websites? No, just let me see. This is for well, a car in this game. And so we're working through some stuff. probably get to. We haven't been doing much advanced stuff yet. Not, well, at least not some of the stuff that I wanted to get to, but hopefully we get to it soon. Turning logic can go down here somewhere. I think the plan. Okay, so well, we got an ad starting in 1 minute. For those of you who get caught in that, I will kind of summarize anything interesting that we did when you come back. Rest. Boolean. No, not Boolean. This is a number. So it's a number, but it's a variable. Max left. So there, I want kind of two modes for turning, where if the space bar is being held down instead of turning the car, because I mean it's on servos. Actually, speaking of, I should grab it, move it up. I think I need to move it down a little. At least by, no, I think it's fine actually. So then we can just let the kind of suspension handle it. Okay. Not that. Uh, so the idea is that when we have Mac, or when left is pressed, the car will start turning in that direction. The longer left is pressed, the more it'll turn until it reaches -90. Um, and that'll be like the turning on the wheels. But once you uh, so and then if you press space, it will instead of the car turning, the car will just go in that direction. So all four of the wheels will turn. And I think if something similar that I want to work on is that if C is pressed, then you turn. Then you have tank turning, where the so instead, when you start turning to the right, the back wheels will turn the opposite direction, and they will start going backwards to the opposite direction. I think tank turning can be like a button or like a lever, something like a switch on the dashboard. Maybe. I don't know. Tank turning is not important right now. What we need is just that. So instead of this, I guess this is just a. It's a boolean. This is on. It's a boolean off. Wait, it's left. Left should be. Actually the negative direction, right? Wait, is it? No, left is positive. Direction. Direction is the one. Direction is a number. Kind of its a tertiary value. So we're using -1, 0, and 1, which is, I think, the most common way to do tertiary in programming, where everything is generally binary. Let's see, variable writer. Rest, right, 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 that, and then we write that. Variable that we write to its direction. The value is this one, this one, this one. Then another variable writer, and we set turn to whether yes, boolean no. And this is set to turn. Wait, no, other way. If turn is on, then it turns like normal. If turn is off, then we rotate the entire what's it called? Then we move the entire car in that direction. I can speed. Hi, Zaman. How's it going? Welcome in. You're good. You're good. Nice, nice. Nope. Sorry, I can't tell. My coffee. I think I put less coffee than I needed to. Shadow, you have a question? Okay, what's your question? Oh, is the mic fucked? Okay, well, that's... is that better? Maybe? Mhm. Wait, do I know it's the... Not that on there. Filters. Okay, I think that maybe fixed it. Hopefully. Wait, I already have all the servers up here. Um, okay, so we can sounds good now? Okay, cool. So I turned off the noise suppression. Oh, Sam, you got a permit? Yeah, you're all good. I turned off the noise suppression, which can be buggy. But you might hear. Let's see if I can turn this down. A fan, because it's hot as hell. Let's see. What do we got? We got turn value none, off on. Okay, Sam, if you didn't hear, go ahead. You can ask the question. Always happy to answer question. So where did this end? Oh yeah, that's funny. I like that. I'm sorry, I was talking about the emote. Software make a text-based game. So sorry, words. Thinking like text-based as in kind of like those games where it'll be like here's a thing that happened, here's 4 options that you can respond with, or like games with like maps, but all in like text or ASCII art. Okay, yeah, like the kind of like story games. I do actually, funny enough. I did. I think, was it Pyglet? No, Pyglet is rendering engine. So there's one. Python is where I'm getting most of these from, or where I am getting all of this from, I guess. It's called Adventure. I Python Adventure Library. It's either text adventure or adventure lib. Yeah, I think it's adventure lib. Let me link it in chat. It's a Python framework almost, but it lets you do the full text-based thing. Obviously, this is like if you're okay using like Python and coding it more or less from scratch. And in that case, it'll run in the terminal, so it's not going to run as like a nice, pretty UI. It is just going to be text in a black terminal. You can customize that a little bit with some other stuff, but yeah. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think you. I mean, you probably can actually. It depends. I know that there's also, I think, adventure lib. And then there's text adventure, which I think is a little different. It's not quite as advanced. But yeah, so that's Adventure Lib was the one that I saw when I was looking into it because I also wanted to make a game in Python because I only knew Python at the time. Um, and basically, I didn't like Pygame. Pygame, Pygame is great sometimes, and sometimes it's not. And so then I gave up and I was like, okay, fine, text. That's what I came across. I never ended up making anything, but it looked cool. So yeah, that is I'm pretty sure that is the entire reason that I ever like remembered it. I was like, it's like, yeah, that looks a lot more advanced than I would expect. But you never know. It's always let's see if we can get out of this part. I'm gonna make you. Oh. Turning is on. Number generic 0. Turn is on. All right, RF. Then C, then left, right. Let me get out this. Do that. Okay. And let's see. What if we think? If we say the target rotation is I need to turn strain out. I thought I turned stream elements off. Like all of it. Maybe was it like commands and stuff? Maybe make a note of that. Actually, what the hell is it even doing? Name is like chatbot. Plugins. Oh, right, that's what this is for. Hmm. Okay. Well, it is what it is. I will figure that out later. Current rotation. So we need to figure out how we tell each servo whether it's supposed to turn. And the first step to doing that is to figure out which servo is which. This E properties. This is our back left servo. Not server, servo. E back right servo. And this one is our front right servo. This is our front left servo. Now with that, no, stop it. Should update. I think if we so the counter um variables can move. We need a counter. Then we need a variable reader. We need a ticker. Okay, so you tell the variable reader to read. Which variable do you read? You read direction. Math. Nope. Math. Math what? Math expression? Probably. And like what math expressions? B. Oh, that's not a math expression. Okay. So do you have like this? Okay, so you can do that. Do you have squirt? I assume not. No. What is the... It's... sigmoid. But I need that without E. Sigmoid. Wait, does it even include E? Isn't it one... It's like X? Logistic function. Yeah. Yeah, so I can't use E, but like, what if... Can I do this without... it's basically, I want it to decrease in how much it... Okay, basically, so if direction is 0, then we say, okay, so you can't do this. I guess, do we just... this might be sketchy, but yeah, I think it'll probably just be a steady rate. That makes more sense. If That'll be the for the front. And then if gate, this will be a turn. Wait, no, not turn. What am I thinking? Variable reader. We read the variable turn. That's what we want. And this will tell you aloud. Be read like that. What? So read like that. Read when the ticker says to. Then we tell the gate. Okay, maybe it's not turn. Maybe it's no turn. Wow, very creative. Rotation there and there. So evaluate every tick. We take in direction. No, actually no. It's just a counter. We just count slowly. Increment 0.1 0. Increment first and then output. Fine. I guess we divide. Fine. Counter V1. This is 10. Divided by V2. Let's see. So first it's a comparator. Great. If our if we're saying, okay, I want to go to the left. Let's say I want to go to the left. Then what Do we... Huh, wait, no. Because we want to say that if... Wait, no, that's dumb then, unless we do just set it to... I mean, I guess we could, but then you would get all the way up to like 90 very fast. Because if we then say, well, oh, no, that won't work. Okay, so what am I thinking? I'm thinking I need to make sure that when I release the left, like if I let go of it for a second and then I put it back down again, it shouldn't just reset. So maybe we set it to 1. Do we have shift in here? No. So you can say 45, and then you are math expression, or this number times this number. And then if we say that if we just set it to this, then this will be fine. I guess it's in this case that we really don't want you to... We really don't want this continuous button output. That... So yeah, so we turn immediately to 45, then once we're pointed at 45, we slowly move up to 50. I guess that's what the counter is for. We count from this. Yeah. We Yeah, you increment first and then output. If they are equal, if they're not equal, then we set it to 0. If counter is greater than 0, I guess just another number comparator. Oh, this is ugly. But I think it works, potentially. And then the idea is that like this one is the value that we try to send to there. Okay, now how do we make this a little easier to read? Put things back a little further. This goes up more. The counter goes here. This number goes there. Wait, is that the right connection? That is not the right. Wait, is it? Okay. Maybe. So when when the number can so if the counter is less than 0, yeah, if the counter is less than 0, then we need to add 1. Yeah. Basically, if this number is not 0, we need to. Can we get the sign? Um, use. Okay. Well, I don't think we need that. But sorry about that, Chad. Water, and then right. Okay. So we have direction. When direction is when direction is 0, instead of letting this, we need to have it decay. Yes, and that's what we need another gate for. No, this is what we're gonna try to send. And then the wait, no, because it is already going so fast. divided by 10. Okay, then fine. We're going up to 450, and we're doing that per tick. Now what does... okay, so this is entirely separate. This is also separate. This is also separate. This is the main system. And this is, we're going to continue counting until the number in our compare is greater than or equal to 90. Boolean, pass, loud, fail, Boolean. Okay, there we go. So, in theory, at least I think so. I hope so. We will see how this goes, but I think this should work. That's how it always goes, isn't it? Q. We need more digital gauges. C, and then we R. Something like that. So if 1 is less than 4, Boolean operator. I'm going there. Okay. Let me do a second number comparator from same place, compare v1 says not like that. This is a variable max right and greater than. So this is another boolean, which we this, and then the result goes down here. Okay, and then we take LCD number 4. Okay, we have an ad break in 3 minutes. If anything interesting happens, I will update you when you get back. But I can promise you nothing that interesting is happening. Also, this it's a little disappointing that we didn't get to all of the fun stuff I wanted to today, but we can work on it tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday then. Yeah, I'm not just leaving it because we didn't get to it. We will get to it eventually. Just means it might take a little longer. But yeah, that's okay. Oh, I forgot. What the fuck? Oh, Okay. So something went right, and some things didn't. It's okay. Formatter. Okay, so V1. And V2 is what the hell the back wheels are doing. So now you just do same thing as before, V1, V2, V1, hashtag V2. I'll see, that makes sense. From greater and less. Let me switch these. Max left is -90. Max right is +90. And then what the hell? What button did I press for that? And there's so many buttons in this game, I have no idea. -1. Okay. 1. Help. Okay. Oh, F11. Why the hell am I drifting? Why are all of my wheels face that way? Also, why did none of them? Well, formatter, content, LCD 2. Do we use LCD 3 anywhere? Then we do what? RF. Why won't you format? There we go. Okay. So why isn't this one working? Okay, right, so what the hell do you have to say to that? So why is... That's not how AND works. Perform. I'm an idiot. Lovely. Comparator. Look at this. I feel like this should just... No, not come from start. From each tick. Let's see. Why is it broken now? What? Okay. Well, this means something happened. But it kind of, it's kind of there, but not quite. Whoops. Sorry about that. I forgot my mic wasn't on again. Okay, basically. We made it so that I'll connect the gauges in a sec. We made it so that instead of it deciding to, or like whenever it would stop getting updates, which is like when I would stop pressing space, instead of going back to 0, so then turning again, it would just stay at the number it was before. So now it goes to 0, and when I stop holding space, the back servos go to 0. Okay, and then the final thing that we need to do is make the counter actually drop back down to 0. And see the counter increment maybe instead of like being, maybe it's like 3 or something. By 2. Then we basically, when it's equal to when we are equal to 0, or boolean operator. Let me move all of this. God damn, that's a lot. Okay. So number comparator. Here we need, this is an or. F. Fine, fair point. Save the device. And then okay, so when we not over here do this, we say, well, is it greater than 0? Okay, number comparator. Well, is it less than 0? Okay. If it is greater than 0, greater than 1, and this, this, and and this, or this is another one that'll be and. Okay, there we go. Then we need another Boolean operator. Say this, or this. So they can't both be true at the same time. But if there's a mismatch, Good. Then we instead one. And I think and is wait, what does an AND operator do? And operator, an AND gate. Um uh-huh. Yeah, so NOR is what we want. And then we AND this and Boolean operator. Oh shit, yeah. Wait. So we want no, that's equals. This isn't what you Boolean operator. One. This is V1. This is V2. This happens at least what once every tick. So this is fine. And we take the result and we put it into what's actually allowed in the gate. Because if this one is fine, technically, but it's supposed to be going down, it's supposed to be going down. And then, wait. Another gate. Boolean operator. No, no, and then NOR. I guess we have to do NOR anyways. Might as well put OR here. Use this here. Oh, that looks bad. That's bad. That's awful. Okay, well, let's see. There is the one thing that if either of these are true, then we need to output a heavy negative bias. So let's say a relay. So one, a gate. Put a gate there. And two, a and then well, what are we trying to send? Turn reset rate variables. Turn reset rate is a number, and it is a 5. So if this is positive, wait, what? Wait, no. Yeah. No, so if they match, then we get an OR, which, I mean, NOR. One, this should be a not. 2, still backwards. Actually, fuck it. This, so this should be NOR. If both are false, then there's a mismatch. And if our wait, what the fuck? Basically, if we're above 0 and we're trying to go down, if we're above 0 and we're trying to hit 0, so they both can't be true. Feel like I'm thinking in circles. Fuck. Okay, notepad time. I don't know if you can see. I don't think you can see the notepad. I have to do that. Sorry, give me just a sec. Just obscene. Notepad. This is all stuff that I wanted. We're not getting there. not this string. But if we go look at this, so if dir is greater than 0 and dir is greater than 0 and count is great. Count is less than or equal to 0. Less than 0. Then we need to not let the normal stuff happen. Okay. So this. So this. Wait. Plus 5. If dir is less than 0, and is less than 0, minus 5. If dir greater than or equal to 0, less than or equal to 0, then this is it. Because then if count is 0, then this breaks. If count equals 0, then both of these conditions are false. So, and these are the a lot of programming languages will use the double ampersand, right? That's what that's called, I think. To mean and the double I don't know, up bar, up line, straight line, vertical line, whatever you want to call it, to mean or. So that's what that comes from. Okay, so this is a logic that we need to implement. Except it's a little more complicated than that, but we can figure that out at the end. So if we are greater than or equal to and you are less than, then it's a problem. Or if you are less than or equal to 0 and you are greater than, then it is also a problem. If either of these tell you that it's a problem, then it's a problem. And so now you need to knot this so that it stops. And then you need to well, wait, what do you need to do? You need to send your results. Basically, if it's greater than or equal to 0, wait, no, use primary. So if you are less than 0, then this will be on. So we're using primary. So we set this to a number and -1. Wait, -5. This to a number, +5. Then we don't need this. And set this there, put this there, put the output and try to send. And we don't need turn reset, right? Okay. Oh. So I think I fucked up. I think I went the wrong way. We should have been going negative. If wait. I'm an idiot. It's the other one. Oh, no, we can still use this. We just need to swap them. So for less than 0, then this needs to be 5. And this needs to be -5. Why are we spasming out? Stop it. Yeah, so if you're less than negative, times So here. And so I think we do bring back turn reset rates, which is number 5. Math. Okay. And then if this I guess we need another math expression. Indicator, this one. And then we stop comparator number comparator if if wait, what the fuck? Um if that uh I I barely get what I'm doing. Oh, fuck. See what we got. Okay, so what do we got? We need to see if our counter is closer to 0. Let me check. Oh, fuck it. That's not a simple Lua script, but Okay. Let's see. I probably need to head to bed soon, so we will have to put this down. I do want to finish this first, though. Not math expression. Linear mapper. Sound special. Do some array execution flow. We need really okay. Lovely. This is, I guess, kind of the Hi Dino. Welcome in. Thank you for your stream streak. Yay, 5 stream streak. Congrats. Thank you for checking in that often, that many times. Whatever. Now go to bed. Yeah. Yeah. At least once I figure out this thing. It is, yeah. I probably could have started a little earlier, but that's my bad. Ah, no, fuck. Fuck off. No ad break. Well, it's not quite that, though. Hi, Vesper Sagex? Sagex? Is Vesper good? Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, Sage. Wait. Oh shit. Yeah, it's been a while. Jet broke. Okay, try that again. Why does everything break? Execution. No. No, I think it was. Swap. Yeah, welcome back then. No. We. Sorry, I don't know if you can tell. My brain is on the last leg. Last. It's on fumes. But I do want to just get this done. Fuck. That's bad. You know, I thought that was bad. And then I thought that was bad. Okay. Wow. But, let's see. Negator. We take. Okay. I know. Because we can check the range. Variable turn reset rate. Upper limit. Wait, no. Lower limit is turn reset rate. Upper limit is we take turn reset rate and we put you into lower lower limit number. Yeah. This is just negative. And when you do this, then I guess, let me connect. Let me check if counter is within this range. So if it's within this range, so forward, below, above. It's within, below, and above we'll use. Wait, no. It's this. You're a Boolean, true. You're a Boolean, Boolean, false. And then you both connect there. Hi, Half. How's it going? Welcome back. Memory is this one, I think. Gonna make a texture pack today? Hell yeah. Let me know how it goes then. I assume you haven't started So for within, wait, texture packer? Huh? No, fuck. Then we need to use all the way around. Still fine. No, I'm not gonna bother. Your secondary result, and you are primary, I think. And then I think we're done. We went texture pages. No, I don't think so. Well, okay, I might, but if I did, all of that knowledge is gone. Uh, let's move forward. Doesn't really matter. It all happens all at basically the same time. In your primary, you forward, then you go try to send. And let me see what happens. Oh, texture atlas, yeah. R. I do change. Did I use the middle one for anything? I did not. Okay. Well, fuck. Oh, so it's like the shit when you see like the Minecraft is the only one I can think of at the moment, but I've seen these before. Yeah, no, I've heard of a texture atlas before with like UV maps, I think. I think that's where that kind of rings a bell. Like the Minecraft, like you have like one texture, like faces here, side of the heads like right next to it. Then you have all of the like pieces below and around it, all in one like image. I think that's what you mean. Yes, I know you want to run an ad break, but I would rather you didn't. Let's see. Primary. How the hell are you allowed? Okay, yeah, no, there's no way I'm figuring this out today. Yeah. Okay, well, uh, fuck. Uh, I forgot to switch it back to the game. Well, that's my bad. I'm an idiot. Uh, and tired. Both at the same time. Okay, that is it. I'm gonna end it just right there. Next time we're gonna pick back up here. With dynamic time reset. peaks. And then hopefully we get to look at some more interesting stuff. I don't know. I think we're going to be on that for a while. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry about that. It is very early. And I, well, I mean, very early is in like it's 6 a.m. And so I don't really want to be up that late for this. I will be getting some sleep. Thank you, Dino. Thank you to everyone who stuck around and watched and stuff while I sort of lost my mind. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go. I think we're not gonna raid anyone today. It is already late enough. Right. If you want to find me off stream, I have Discord. We can talk there. I have YouTube where all my VODs go. And then I made a Twitter or X, whatever the fuck. That's there, I guess. I'm not gonna be using it much. Maybe I think live alerts or something. We'll see. Besides that, next stream. It's probably Monday. Monday, I guess technically Tuesday, 12 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be doing some. We'll probably be doing some dev, like software dev, and then we'll work on the plasma stuff again, or the plasma game. Yeah. Remember to take care of yourself. Dying is bad for your health. Drink water, eat food, try to rest. As much as you can. And yeah, I will see y'all next time. Bye.